Hey everyone, welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We're still on case 4, but we're about halfway through now. Thank you so much for coming to the stream. I really appreciate it. And let's just do a quick recap, I guess, of what happened last time. So this case is a little bit different. It's kind of where the game starts to enter basically the end game of the plot line. So we still have 2 cases left to go, the rest of case 4 and case 5. This time, our defendant is Baroque Van Zieks. And the prosecution is our good friend Kazuma Asogi. The victim, unfortunately, is Inspector Gregson, so we're trying to figure out what happened to him. Our last kind of lead ended off basically saying that he was last seen investigating the Red-Headed League. So, luckily, Herlock Sholmes has apprehended 2 of the members of the Red-Headed League, so we're gonna hear their testimony and see what they have to say about it, and see if it has anything to do with Inspector Gregson. So let's get into it. Oh, there you, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina. You sure about what you said in there? The boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes. It's strange there's no time of death. Noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No! Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The 2 criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me who took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed. Yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will be soon revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. He was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mrs. Sato? Yes. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baroque Van Zieks. Here present who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes. 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom. These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice, on France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the 3rd son of a great family de Rossi, the landovers from Napoli. So these 2 are meant to mirror the Skulkin brothers from Case 5 of the previous game. You have one of them who's tall and slim, and you have one of them who's short and kind of stout. A little bit of a reference to Mario and Luigi in a way as well, but not as much as the Skulkin brothers were, but similar. The 2 men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsik are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Although, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells in my brain. That is all I am trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out. Oui. You could say that. Not bad, eh? So, I think in the previous episode I mentioned that Venus talks about a school, and it's the school from the game Ghost Trick. I think I was mistaken. I think it's actually these 2 mention the school from Ghost Trick, but they might have changed the translation name, so maybe it's no longer a reference. He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the Heralacious brothers. See, Capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this Capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Gebello, there it is, the Capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, Capo, the furrow, and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Oh, I will explain it. No, Capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi Fountain. Where those dogs, one day the world will respect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice. C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I'll explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe. Entitled to the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you've seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted to the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the day specified, red-haired hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. DeRusso, Mr. DeRossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. He's just slurping on his spaghetti over there. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photo. Aye, capo. No, I don't remember him. Obviously he's dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted you've been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Uffa, with this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event on the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. Hold it! 1,000 people. That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come over all the capital. See, the capo here, he has a Magnus Testimonialmanae, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names, and we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by a post, if you know. Maybe 2 minutes to a person. We start early in the morning, we stop late in the night. He has spaghetti sauce in the corner of his lips. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day. That's a small fortune. Would have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with. One of them whom was a great detective, with chemically altered hair. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, capo? Hold it! He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. Between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. It would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, senor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. He's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh? Hold it! But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that is true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the redhead is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe that would recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that factor. If there was a man with a red earpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Kazuma said these two had only been shown that photograph, and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his name, his profession, or his fish and chips. I mean, those fish and chips were pretty distinctive. He had a bottomless bag. Probably his profession. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair would help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective. Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Oh, maybe not.
Excuse me!
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi. See, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? What did you hear just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You've said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. Order, order, order. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us he was an inspector. There was no such man. Maida, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nothing like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is the faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
Looks like neither of us are having any of this. Ugh. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park, and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How could he be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true is. The man who came was a little younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever, then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the Capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Clearly, the papers were fake. It's so hard because I'm trying to remember what accents I'm trying to give them. Certo, Capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? What happened after he announced that he was a detective? It became very annoying, he said. You are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was a fantastico, and look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Now, let us return to the witness's testimony. Let's have a look at this identification. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book, issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all?
Hold it!
But we only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, huh? True. Oof. We are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown a horrible picture of a dead man. Now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Hey, Capo. No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. Ugh. You have to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Hey, Capo.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Cavallo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo? After we had taken all the monies that day, we should have had left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but it is an easy mistake to make, huh? The 1st, the 31st. Oh, I had no sympathy for you. We were an whole day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called Great Red-Headed Detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It is a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, was the last time? This is not holy punishment. It is only your fault. Yeah. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with the anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but it is time to eat a bit of pasta. No one is the faster. I've seen the evidence. You haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, those two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely, if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. It seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. Okay, so I present the passport, but do I present it on this? The victim has nothing to do with us, or he was not in the park. I'm gonna try it on this one first. I mean, it kind of works for both of them, right?
Objection!
Okay, there we go. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why, Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Redhead League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. That's a law! Order! But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have recorded it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about that. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Ah! What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting. Yes. It's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No! Order! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know nothing! Where? I know nothing! Where? Pull yourselves together, Peppino. I like how he just popped himself back up. Mon Dieu, you can't behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Now I wish I had returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, let me stop your whining and start talking. Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail. I know nothing. I done nothing. But you will tell everything. Or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances on which you came by them. For crying out loud. Oh gosh, they're both crying now. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think it was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and a calm and a happy capo. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. So, you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. By one day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino, I know it. No, por favor, capo, that's not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
Ugh, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
You think?
But there was nothing else I could do.
See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits.
I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this hideout of yours?
An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street.
We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the couple here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired. Hey, couple.
What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino?
And it was in the house described that you can find Inspector Gregson, was it?
But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain. Hold it!
Too scared? Why?
Because, why has he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan.
And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Hey, Capo.
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself the same question.
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but that address, it starts with me.
See, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said.
What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he had said that. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say. See, we did.
Hold it!
That being this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one. What made you believe it was a forgery? I'd never seen a real one, of course. But you were so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was a-thinking, it must be falso, eh, capo?
It's just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine.
And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
And all we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Oh, it was nothing. Just a minor incident.
The false inspector, he was a real piece of the work, eh, capo? What happened? Uffa, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him?
We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
Soot! Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Mr. Derossi, is something wrong?
Ah, me!
Something Mr. DeRusso said just seemed to make you, well, he seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that about?
Cavallo, at times like this, you don't want to have their capo after you, believe in me. And I speak from a personal experienza.
Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. And I have the bruises to prove it. Hey, capo.
Bruises, you say?
Yeah, you want to see, huh? You want to see my fantastical bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
What to do, huh? I show you, or I don't. I show you, or I don't.
You do, now.
Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Echo, you see? It's still very visible, eh?
That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house.
See, the capo, sometimes he is very rough. And
I said that's enough! Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck. I wonder, does it matter? Mr. Rossi, I'm going to ask you to amend your testimony with details about the mark on your neck.
Nah, capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say,
Ugh.
Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi. See, if you really want to know. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged it back, like what he do to me, see?
Hold it! Yeah, are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from the leather.
A leather collar? This is true, Mr. DeRusso. Ugh, what? We had the St. Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time. It was a very strong chain. A strong chain.
And you put that around your friend's neck.
I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone.
You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of a bed, though, huh? I would not have tried to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people are equal, huh? It's the capo's here motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The capo is a tough, but the capo is a rough.
Ugh, I shouldn't have done it.
So, the following morning, when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me.
Pino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now.
Now you know, huh? The capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad. Man, DeRossi's worse to DeRusso for keeping secrets than the younger Skulkin, or the older Skulkin brother was to the younger one.
Hold it!
You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prisoner. If you say that, then I say this. There is something that takes away our freedom too, the lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, huh? All of us. Huh? No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me mad and it makes me sad. What can we do?
Well... If you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course.
Oh, there you have it. You see, that's why we need the Red-Headed League. To fight for the justice. Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruto. All we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. You say it was a prison, huh? Perhaps he has a point again. Not again, Mr. Naruto. You should have heard him snoring. Madai, if anyone was disturbed, it was us. Not much to go on, really. Their testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I see. I mean... Yes, one he treasured so much, apparently. If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. That's very true, yes. So did Inspector Gregson actually die when he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, is it possible these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo, yes. Because in other Ace Attorney games, you can present witnesses on statements as well, but I don't have a witness to... Well, I mean, I can't present Gossip, because Gossip also had the ring around his neck. So that's probably not the time to bring it up, but it must be around here. He tried to escape, but they put the collar on him and dragged him back. Which evidence can I use to refute that? Is it the watch because of what Susato said? No. No, it's this, because there's no ring around his neck.
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to say. It was only...
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You'll see there's no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what do we tell you, huh?
We say this from the beginning. Many times.
Peppino was right. The man in the photograph is someone different from the man we held captive that night.
Order, order, order! It would appear, then, that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street, posing as an incognito inspector, was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
But if that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Oh. This is a genuine identification book, issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Ugh. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson, from whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Redhead League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious! Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So, why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is you're apparently seeing? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi? Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took their prisoner that day
cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street, found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar.
Mon Dieu, Peppino, that's not so harsh as you say, huh?
So who was it that falso inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? Well, we have so many witnesses in this case, I didn't even realize it until it all built up.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that... One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling heresy to passerbys.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not?
What has happened to his lip?
Yeah, that's a very unflattering picture of gossip, but you gotta admit his lip is very prominent. Ah! See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League. No. Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes. But what undeniable fact remains, during his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately! They're proudly displaying their neck marks. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising, indeed. Identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it?
Birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been called to the stand has been explained to you.
Something about that inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it.
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice?
We are in a big trouble, eh, couple? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
Is right. See, you think we will forget these grand lips, huh?
I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in Red-Headed League. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
It would certainly appear we have the wrong man.
But as I've been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Ugh. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, thanks, Susato.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There's no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar.
Ah, mon dieu, with your words it is like you would try to wring my neck.
It does look very much like on my neck though, eh?
No, there's a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for, eh? They broke the mold when they made me. Was the first time in my life? I feel lucky to have been born with red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain you've never seen this man before?
Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes. I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat, how did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know? I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, eh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have a grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street. I've never left.
Oof, this is the problem, sir. So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip.
Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh?
Hold it!
So, you've heard of the Redhead League, have you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwiched to cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair is not gonna hit the red in it. And in case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me!
Mr. DeRusso.
Ugh. Yeah, we? Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words now just lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your Redhead League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What?
Mr. Gossip? The housing agent?
Oui, he had some kind of contract in his and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the couple was right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes.
And like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So looked at the name on the papers. But what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this a man, he lies. He tells you he has no name. But in fact his name is Hugh Boone, huh? Is better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
No! I'm a peddler of tidbits of information like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life.
Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
Objection!
Come on, guys, come on. Get on the page, Judge. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object.
because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious! Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hey, have you been paying attention, Judge? Come on, man. Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. And I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone. So I mentioned earlier that Hugh Boone's a name from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and it comes from a story called The Man with the Twisted Lip. So you can see now, obviously, Mr. Gossip here has a twisted lip, so it's kind of reference to that. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler tidbits in town. So hey, I happen to be afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Yeah, I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Ah, if either of us are vulgar, it is not me. Oh, we got pretty lucky though, having the redhead brothers run into him at the real estate agent. Sick again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like to talk about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. The leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. It's been here under our noses all along. Yeah, I rent the room where that fellow was found, it's true, for what difference it makes.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents, only the police should have access to. Yeah, no, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs belong to me, the desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed in there, in your room? Well, obviously, I have not the faintest idea. I mean, it's because of me no end of bother, to be honest. It seems to me that Mr. Boone, rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, going to the scene of the crimes, actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of this testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man.
Hold it!
You mean you have no family? No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passerbys. Hoping, just between us, that eventually, someone else with lips like mine would come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's a fella to do then, eh? You don't believe me? We're at an impasse. There's nothing I can do but flick me lip.
I like how even though he has these lips that are obviously not normal, he's very proud of them, and he mentions them all the time. Like, it's not a sore spot for him. He's just like, yeah, my lips, they're cool. Yep, my lips. Yep, my lip here. It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof.
Basically saying I'm gonna dress up and pose as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that.
Hold it!
Maybe you could, say, with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip.
Yeah, perhaps. But I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen. I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I?
Pardon? I assure you, my lips are entirely unremarkable. And I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Counsel.
Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the best of me there.
Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course.
You're right, he did.
So perhaps he was hiding something himself.
He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyways, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all.
See, the capo is right. He was a clean-shaven. It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that his witness could have disguised himself as the victim.
Yeah, it does and it is.
That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise.
Perhaps, yes, but nevertheless the mark around his neck is equally undeniable, and it's identical to the one Mr. DeRossi suffered.
Yes, that's true. But why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? If he's all alone in the world, has no family, why would he have this? If you had no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that amongst the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting the room, this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well.
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so.
Oh, here comes the music.
You don't really need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, there's no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at it the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. Consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Witness, are you still hiding the truth in this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no.
Very well then, Counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah.
I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich are all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we need to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not been able to return home, but also unable to contact your wife.
who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the vigil residence. Yeah, no, you just hold a minute. I don't have the first idea. What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring some soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. DeRosso and Mr. Rossi, you will restrain the witness. We're asking the criminals to help us now, guys. No, you oui, my lord. You see, my lord. Ah! No, stop! Get off! No, don't! Mr. De Rossi was very happy to be grabbing his arm. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been an elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See! This is no question. This is the inspector we saw in this park. Extraordinary. On the day of the Redhead League enrollment, a man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi, DeRousseau and Mr. DeRossi in the park. Gosh, why do you guys have to have such similar names? I know they both mean red, but still, come on. Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career has promise. Why would you quite have possibly become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am daily vigil. And you were the chief warder of Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently, there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. The times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I can emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. It's pretty impressive he was able to keep his wife from knowing that he no longer has his job at the prison for 10 years. Either that's impressive on his part, or that's very neglectful on her part. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. That explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decide to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. About how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece. You couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief ward at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Ortiz tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Huh? Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location, on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these 2 Redhead League men where they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me.
His slapping of the witness stand reminds me of Ryunosuke when he slaps the bench, but it does like a really quiet clap.
Oh goodness. Finally, we have the clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Ah!
Order! 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 Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense.
Ah.
I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
Kazuma?
What question, counsel? It concerns me. It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that day that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago.
The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh.
Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma,
You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father.
I know. I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten!
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away, but it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't. Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried, it's coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps, if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him.
Should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Sorry, Mr. Vigil, but we gotta advance the plot. I have no idea how this is gonna go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Ah, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before? No. No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine. So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. What was that? The professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the victim clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil. I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil. Yes. The whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's... It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles, about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery. That's plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murder's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business. I cannot help you know. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution affair, eh? Well, it seems the fellows of Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words to you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank, and the next thing I knew, the professor,
the most hated killer in our country's history.
And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
Ah! Order! Order! Bailiff! Fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Oh, poor Mr. Vigil. Dang, Cosmo was cold. He didn't even care how far he pushed the man to remember. So again, it kind of goes back to that, like, did Kazuma change since we last saw him, or was this really who he was the whole time? A question to think about as we take a 5-minute break and head on to the next section of this case. Getting very interesting. Still a lot of unanswered questions, but there's more to come. Thanks so much for joining me on the stream so far, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thanks. Hey guys, we're back. We're moving on to the next section of this case. That was quite a doozy, wasn't it? Hopefully Mr. Vigil's okay. Still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. It seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Bruno? Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of something of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back to the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution only comes at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. Yeah, I don't think it was really completely Ryunosuke that pushed him to it, but I feel because of Ryunosuke, he has such a good heart. He's such a good person that I can totally see him blaming himself for it regardless. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and I'll give you a hand. Oh, you have time, Iris. Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows. Let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. And she's more responsible than Sholmes is about their rent payments, huh? So how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened. One thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work on. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day, in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Ooh, that does sound like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then, why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, it does sound like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Well, it's very astute of you, Iris. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, the Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Ah, it's St. Sinner's. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Well, that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor, and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinner's, then. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. That's water pistol? It's a full of piping hot extra blend of mine. And I'm quite sure it'll be effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Who should we visit first? Well, let's check out Mr. Vigil, I think. Probably the best thing to do first. Oh, well, he's not here. Oh, he's in cell number 1. Lord Van Zieks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed over here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of all the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's a retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper. because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. And if keeping quiet and playing the parts befits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence with all this. Someone's using you. And believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. Ah, it's a whole organization. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No! Gregson? The Reaper? So, the reason you're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intend to expose him as a Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh! He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You... what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper then. Or... if I can name the woman. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. So that's why they changed the name to Shin, is so they could make the pun. In the Japanese version, it's a very similar pun, but her name is Anne Sasha, and it kind of loosely translates to kind of sounding like assassin. Asa Shin. Seriously? That's supposed to sound like an English name to you? Really? Really, localization team? I mean, I respect your decision, but... Wait. What? Shin? Miss Asa Shin? The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape from Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know it. It's very likely that man was her father. Asa Shin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. So at long last, we finally figure out who Giselle Brett really was. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all in his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father, Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in the politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at the point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come... If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him, on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murder ever. The Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. And that's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government would want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. I thought it yesterday, and I think again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea is a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Now look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Ah, Father! Oh, is that your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Oh really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Hehe.
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please, don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
It looks like both of the Mikotobas can read Ryunosuke's thoughts very well. You didn't miss a step against the Sogi. We all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year, it's quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. It's really nice to hear. What I saw today in court confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Shigoku has gone to.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact.
I beg your pardon. Did you say Asashin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed?
Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because a friend of the professor is talking about Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just try to leave me behind.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
She's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Yeah, come to think of it, when Wilson did live in England, he was probably like, people probably came flocking to him thinking that he was the author of the books, and you'd have to tell them no. I just happen to have their name, right? Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I could say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Oh, see, remember Dr. Wilson is actually Dr. Watson, but due to localization, they couldn't. Mikotoba here is saying that Dr. Wilson is not Shom's partner. Think about that for a little bit. Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back! With cinnamon biscuits! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. I haven't seen Judge Shigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have to go on to explore the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Shigoku having once been in the dock himself. Ah yes, he was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Taishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh, what a lovely picture. Yeah, the Mikotobas seem happy. Seishiro looks normal, but Ryunosuke, maybe not so much. It certainly seems to shout, "We arrived in Britain." None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No. No, that's so true. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. When it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to... What? Father? What's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been to London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Huh? So, you'd be leaving then, Runo. But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be up to Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I'll be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. Oh, how could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes. Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. Unshaven father. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Susato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. Now I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office. Once. And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away. There was me, thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. I do enjoy reading your reactions and your theories there, chat. And I don't want to spoil you, so I'm not going to say anything to confirm or deny what you're saying, but very interesting indeed. Wait, so if I leave now, won't I be leaving without Susato and Iris? They won't even let me examine. Where should I go next? I mean, there's probably cutscenes everywhere, right? Maybe we can go back to the scene of the crime. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. It's a history of Lord Van Ziek's defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. The photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary effects to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. Although it didn't really seem like he was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. Almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. Okay, everything else seems to be the same. I'd never have imagined this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key. I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man. Sufficient chips that threw us off. I feel as though that ruined his image. Yeah, we've always thought of him as a bit of a... He wasn't bumbling detective, but he wasn't, like, super useful. He was just useful. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. If it turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all, where on earth could he have been killed? Well, one way or another, we must find out, for the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. When I start thinking it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty. This revolver, just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary. But Gregson's own gun was found on his person. And of course, Lord Van Zieks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. Then I wish you every success. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock, and then left. So the loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Zieks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Which may not have done you any favors either. That's true, we also don't know what was being done by Gregson and what was being done by Vigil. Although, from the description of the red-headed brothers, I assume it's pretty obvious to see that Vigil was not Gregson. So I'm fairly confident we never actually talked to Vigil before, because his disguise sounded like it wasn't that great. He was mostly just there to kind of present his badge and make it so someone would say, oh yeah, I remember there was an inspector named Gregson at the scene somewhere. So I'm pretty sure we haven't seen Vigil in disguise as Gregson, but who knows? No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Rude. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Yeah, stand up for yourself for once, Ryunosuke. Does Prosecutor Sogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. That's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. People believe Lord Van Zeeks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professor's, the trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord of Strongheart. Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is, I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. And as with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What? What do you mean?
not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi.
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in the dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Seiza style. Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
And why were you, like, making jokes and belittling me in court? Come on. Well, I always believed you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, about how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once along with Judge Shigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I have no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
First, this cute little model. What the?
It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh, yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. And actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that.
Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Okay, we found out by now, Ryunosuke, though. You don't have to ask this.
We saw him in the photo. Why would I?
What? But you're Lord Van Zeke's apprentice.
Yes, apprentice, not friend. During the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with.
There's Lord Van Zeke's incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style, though. No, I noticed that you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza's style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zieks when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, I start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Lord Van Zieks' fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regimen for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. I like how Kazuma has that dismissive face every time I say something. He waves his arm. Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollow barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zieks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. And actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in the court, then. Ah! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zieks, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Man, having bats around his office must mean there's bat droppings everywhere. Same with the doves in Lord Strongheart's office. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series... I should say series, right? When a bizarre series of coincidence led to those tragic events. I'm finding more and more of these little typos here and there, but that's okay. The game's got a lot of script, I guess. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room. I headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened, or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship, where we had docked at a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off... Oh, yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. It's pretty impressive he was able to get on his way back to Britain in a foreign country where he didn't speak the language, like he spoke English and Japanese. And had amnesia. Also, I can't help but feel bad about Nicolina. I mean, she still did something wrong, and she still lied to us about it. But still, we ragged on her so hard, and she had like a panic attack.
and then only to later find out that the person, or maybe she never found out, that the person that she killed didn't actually die. I mean, I'm sure she probably found out. I'm guessing Mr. Shones probably told her. I'm sure he'll mention that later. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I had escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. And that's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. And of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back, after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you in Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student, and I'll make my way to Great Britain somehow. Did you know the entire time what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Aw, young Kazuma. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. What I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-chan. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. You see, like, replaying this game again in English on stream for you guys, when I played through those first couple cases, I was paying very careful attention to the way that Kazuma was speaking. And a lot of things he says, you can see there's actually like a lot of double meaning to a lot of things that he says that allude to his true purpose coming to Britain. But of course, just starting the game, you just make the assumption that he's coming here to, you know, change the law and improve things and study. And it's not really until your second playthrough that you comb through and you realize something was up. And I've been keeping that in my mind this entire playthrough. Everything he said at the beginning, every time Ryunosuke brings it up again, it's quite telling, actually. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary,
You could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. Someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. And that's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I won't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baroque Van Zieks is the real Reaper.
Huh?
And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as his law dictates. He was not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it.
Huh.
When a man condemns another, he must take a responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
I have something to present to him? He's done talking. Kazuma, what do you think of this?
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence: the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it.
I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Okay, maybe I don't have to present something to him, but there's no, like, finish to this conversation. We're just gonna leave? Oh, here we go. This came from the trial, didn't it? And something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped, and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gori.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison is where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. Aw, the old Kazuma theme. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is I never got the chance to draw it before I returned to you. Karma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karma, is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. See, this is a reference again to Manfred von Karma and Franziska von Karma, then. So I guess they're not directly related to Kazuma because they're the father's apprentice. Really, Karma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me. I have it by my side again now too. Although he's smiling, we haven't seen this side of Kazuma in a while, and that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeek's given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is a Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove it as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I'd expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. See, again, and this music piece brings it together so well. The idea that Kazuma's changed, so his musical theme's now being played by Western instruments, and it sounds more intimidating without the Eastern instruments. But in reality, maybe he hasn't changed. Maybe we're the ones that have changed. This whole time we've been living in his shadow, trying to live up to our imaginary idea of his aspirations. And now that we've grown out from under his shadow, we've seen that he's not the same person that we maybe knew the whole time, because we never saw the real side of him. I really thought about this when you look back at the scene where he cuts Prosecutor Ouchie's hair. Like, he's pretty, it's played off as comical, right? And it's just funny, and it's like, haha, Ouchie, because we always do the same thing to Winston Payne and Gaspin Payne in the original games. But, like, if you think about it, Kazuma's pretty, like, merciless at that point. Well, this place has been redecorated. Oh, Iris, you're back. You haven't been speaking for a while. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, There's a rather pleasant scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? What was that? Dr. Gory? What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an extremely sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes please, I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Tuh. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Don't go waving those in front of me! Hey, welcome to the stream. This looks different to before. Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gory is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work, look. Oh yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all. They're how I practice. Sorry? Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day. Ah, right. I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different to what I'd imagined. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are skilled, aren't they? Isn't this the exact same conversation from the last time we were here? Oh, it's different now. It's 10 people. Pardon? It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed together. Some of my best work. I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best as I can. You're strange. I wonder who the strangest, or who is the strangest. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in the cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying because there are also a lot of things like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Okay, so that conversation was the same. Let's have a word with Dr. Gory here. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway. For the time being, you mean... until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Okay, let's present her the autopsy report. Also, oops, oh, they showed us her picture there already. Ah! We'll look at it later. Her name's Maria Gory. In the Japanese version, her name is Maria Goroine. And obviously it's a pun on the phrase Guroi ne, as in, it's gory, isn't it? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. And that's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Lord Strongheart came. He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Oh dang, Ryunosuke, that is a deep cut there. Oh, the music stopped too. Give it here then. What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. What? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. Oh, I also like how she has a butterfly on her belt buckle. That's kind of neat. So the time of death could easily have coincided with the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish has started to rot. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are occupied with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death have been? I can't say for sure. But at most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. If you don't mind, then. Sorry? She's gone back to sharpening her blades. Not now, or my baby here might start to rust. I think perhaps we'd better leave Dr. Gory alone. Maybe we could try again later if we manage to find some more clues. I think it's very clever. Like, Gregson's fish and chips was kind of his funny character trait to make him memorable, and now it has become a very important piece of evidence, and I think that's extremely clever. I also like they included it before during Ashley Graydon's breakdown too, like he coughed it up when he got choked. I think that was also a clever use of a prop that links to something else for his character. I wonder if Mr. Vigil's up and going yet. Oh, there we go. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you. I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things, you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh! Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. Well, that's good of Kazuma, at least. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But it's not the worst of it. Over time, it obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... See, there's the same typo I saw before, desserts. Dessert should be spelled with 2 S's between the E's because you want more desserts than you want deserts, so you want more S's. It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. Also, I can't help but keep thinking how awkward his hand movements kind of are where they land and stuff. I mean, that's probably his character trait. A little different from how Gossip moved his arms. You pretended to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident. Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being very loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. As you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno Street room at the 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean, the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Isogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Sogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Isogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?" "I'm guilty of the unfortunate crime of ending another human's life, yes." The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual. What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with only one exception. Really, he was allowed his things. That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet.
Alright then. Well, what's on that paper?
The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean, it vanished? It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in the cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects. The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "Or can I have disappeared completely?" That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? In what way? Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prisoner governor know where to look for it? Oh yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it out from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. That was a lot of hand motions. Oh, yes, what is it? The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps that has something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document Kazma's father left behind, it'll be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we should know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Oh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I've read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, a laddie doesn't work here anymore, so your case has nothing to do with Barclay. Wouldn't they like you? They get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Nah, Kimmer. You can very well. So how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you in here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Yeah, make no mention of this to anyone else. Okay, you got it. Hey, Barry Caden! What do you think of this? Did I not say? Braxton's death not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with relevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. That murderous botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, eh? A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had to collaborate on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Visual trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I can shun all the responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Naturally, there's barely anybody that kens what's going on at the time now. Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with now, Climmer. Here, take her handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
He must have jaws of steel then. I suppose if there's anyone who might still care about what happened back then, maybe that lass from the forensic division, Maria Gori.
Maria Gori?
Ah, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee Baron's followed her man's footsteps. He didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand.
Ah. Mama, what is this?
Yeah, we don't need a flashback for this because we just talked to her.
Ah, where does she spring from? And she just called the doctor Mama. Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gori. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gori.
Ah, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I don't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, and the coroner responsible for the incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories while cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy for the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gori herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not get off on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry, but I don't like judging up these painful memories for everyone.
Can you not just stay away now? Just leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh?
Well, unfortunately for you, you still have another question here I haven't asked. Plus, how old is Maria Gori? She's 19. Huh.
How'd you come to know about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard those papers.
Well, I can't tell. Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Huh.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Ah, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
It was at the end of the silent treatment. But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Havers no! You're off at a half-cock there. I did think you'd get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee hook around here. I'm sure I can find it. Ah, here you are.
See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course I can read a word of that Japanese squiggles. In my mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back at his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers.
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about that. There's no mystery here, laddie, that's your lot. After all the skirmish, all that slayster of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes.
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside of this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of government.
I understand. I'll just take it as Evans now. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. I regret nothing about my chosen path. Someone's sharpening again. You're still not dead? Anyway, I don't have anything more to tell you about that specimen. Actually, we're not here to ask you about Inspector Gregson. We were hoping to talk about your mother, Dr. Scythe. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison mentioned. He said she was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. What? Really? Well, look at her eyes shimmer as she speaks about something that she's interested in. The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on the member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then, but the detective in charge of the case insisted it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. You know, I'd be surprised that someone so young like that has like a doctor's degree, but Iris has already proven us wrong long ago, so it's become a suspension of disbelief by this point, hasn't it? The professor's execution was Mom's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay's prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the victim's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know? I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean, because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by someone too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. Look at her smile. It'd be cuter if she wasn't holding that cleaver, though. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see. Van Zieks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away. No one's allowed to take documents relating to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not! Iris, that can't be right. Can it? Iris? Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when I get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. That was really fun. The next time you come, I prefer it if you are already ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy have disappeared. And I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Well, Iris isn't back yet then. Oh, Van Zieks isn't here either. The police are still busily investigating here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it's been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. I wonder what it could be. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside, look. T.G. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oh, what did you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina! But where were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Ari's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes everywhere with me. Always has. Where have you been the last time? Try not to incur your wrath, mainly. You should hear them talking in the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else in the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals whatnot got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zieks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that had been pegged as a Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and it was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so... I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh! That's Regina. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Where I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an all long list of them. And all details about the bludger supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? And as it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't remember. It was an English name put that way. Oh dear. What a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose that means anything, but... Did you say Shin? Yeah? What? Does it mean something? Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now, we found her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. I still think they should have kept her name as Anne Sasha, just because it actually sounds like an English name. Asashin does not sound English, despite they wanted to keep the pun. I mean, surely they could have made a better pun that sounded English, right? We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating all that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before, that would be an undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some covert pretending to be him, did you, Otto? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. When me and me partner get here together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't you tell though? Police business, innit? Anyway, the point is, you lot ever need any help? You know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here. Right. Because he looks so, oh so hellish, honestly. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's a pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what the Superhound can do, right? Do you have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? What do I want to get him to sniff, though? Asogi papers? No. Pocket watch?
Take that!
Pocket watch? Well, Chief Inspector Togi, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. I love that sniffing animation, it's so cute. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah! Look what he's gone to! Oh good, so I was right. Oh my! That trunk clearly has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Well, obviously it says TG on it. Alright, fair cop I suppose. You nearly got away with it too. If it wasn't for that dog. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now, Gina. Yeah. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It wasn't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going on through that head of yours, but it ain't what happened. Alright then. What did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, you went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Hot actual hero. Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. Wait, he had it? Was he carrying it the whole time? You mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot and piled in here? Exactly! He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness! Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so
but that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. Would you out me the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. Yeah, especially since Sandwich accused her of lying on the stand and was the one who exposed her, and yet he was the one who also took something. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What you on about? I am the police! Gina, if you wouldn't mind, can we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk. Ah! Toby, oi, what you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail carriage! Oh, take care and good night. Thanks for coming. Hope you have a good sleep. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Mrs. Sato? Ah, conscious again at last. I have blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So let us take tea while you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Heh? Whenever you're ready then. Before I forget, let's examine that trunk. Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. This was... Oh, what is it? It was for travel on 31st October, the day before the incident. What? Really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like that to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly, I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Oh, there's blood on the trunk? Oh, on that side, of course. Thank you. Look at this dark stain here, do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. That does not look like a grease stain for the fish and chips. Oh wait, let's look at the passport. Tobias Gregson. Departure, or dated departure, within 1 week from 31st October. Destination, Port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel, police business. Notes, permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt Wien Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut.
Oh gosh, this song always like, it's so haunting sounding. And okay, I don't know why, but okay, I was listening to the Great Ace Attorney Orchestra, which they held in Japan, and they streamed it live for everyone. So some people on YouTube posted it, and sometimes I listen to it because the music from this game is amazing, and I love hearing it. And hearing it instrumentally from a Philharmonic orchestra, absolutely fantastic. And of course, they play, you know, like Ryunosuke's Objection theme, Asogi's theme, Susato's theme, Shome's theme, the Pursuit theme, Cross-Examination theme, and yet for some reason, this song is one of the ones they did for the orchestra, and I have no idea. It's like 1 minute long. It's probably even shorter than 1 minute. It's literally like one verse, like less than a minute long, and they had to specifically get some guy with like a deep voice and was able to like sing German come up and do this piece. And I'm like, why did they go through all the extra effort for this one piece that is not, that only plays once, it's weird as heck, and it's really short. I just don't understand. Like, they even played themes like, you know, like Dr. Courtney Scythe's theme, Madame Tuspel's theme. Why pick this one? It just boggles my mind. And whenever I re-listen to the orchestra, and then like this song comes out of nowhere, and it's like, why? Yeah, anyways, this is a weird scene to come down to. What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Who is that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there. Come on, Susato. Really? Really? Okay, this is probably the weirdest scene in the whole series, I have to say. And I think it's weird on purpose, but that doesn't change the fact it's weird as heck. Come on, Susato, you don't recognize... Seriously? Iris, is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you while you're singing so merrily, but
Would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked.
a crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean...
The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme of the great secret you're trying desperately to conceal. Iris?
She's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Sherlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. And this is the weirdest Sherlock logic and reasoning scene in both games, and I think it's intended to be weird, but man, it's weird. I was very puzzled the first time I did this. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is this man here at all and I'm such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you.
Have a good sleep, good night, thanks for coming to the stream.
I believe after the seduction is over, we're actually at the end of this episode, so you're actually not far from the end. So you don't have that much to catch up on. Good night. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in a state of elation. Now on to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund von Ornstein, the King of Germany. So again, that name is a reference from a Sherlock Holmes mystery, and we already heard it before because it was the name of the witness Gotz, who is from Bavaria? Or something like that? If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there could be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying his wonders of the Great Exhibition. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. A 5-pound note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you allowed yourself to be bribed and silenced by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His high-spirited highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, Bodend Wien, Feuerberg,
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Ah. Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Usato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes is right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Oh yeah, sorry, Bohemia, not Bavaria. Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition, all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yeah, minor errors, guys. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something, we need to find the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible, my favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Firstly, we can consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need to follow the gaze of those bright, young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I'd like to hear you singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. If you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. wait, this... It's a gramophone, so rarely seen in our own country.
Herr mit dem Schwarzbierchen.
The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machine singing, that can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. Ah, it's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that this fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gotthard Sigmarsson von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with this Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz, the boy whom you had in tears. Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do, well, probably anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know, because we can identify the true owner of that mask. Okay, I thought they'd have to make me find it in the room somewhere.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Ah! Father? Father? I'm afraid, Miss Usato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. That it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikatoba. Logic and reasoning? We're just looking and saying? Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris' silence. He certainly seems the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris' father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen the chest unlocked before, in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go! No! Hurley, don't! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. I almost completely forgot about the conclusion of this deduction. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... It is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform, Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite knowing the point of finger before? Mrs. Atto, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first, and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. That's a key she's holding, look! I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It's appeared, as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from?
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your silence, until now, is the key behind your back. Ah! When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, you can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikitoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikitoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside,
The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. But wouldn't it Mikotoba have removed the things off the top of the chest before opening it? Surely if you open it now, everything's just gonna fall on the floor and they would break anyways, right? Whatever, we'll just overlook that. And Teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? I like how Susato was surprised and then she just kind of went along with it. Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. That was cute. Weird, but cute. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah, she is? From the look of her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right, whatever that great secret is. That cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now the deduction has taken a different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work one final time then. Ah, look! There seems to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no! We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks, yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. Aw. In truth, I would like to have a thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective, Herlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing.
Your father's writing. What do you really mean? Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. I mean, we can just leave him on the couch, right? Maybe adjust his posture a bit. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. You wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew? Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes all about the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, it's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like other girls of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah. His name wasn't anywhere on the sort of notes that he made about his work with Hurley. But then, one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Wait, so before she found out her dad's name, was she Iris Sholmes? Like, what did she use? She must have used the last name, right? Surely, and she got a degree with it, so... When I saw the writing on the report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself, because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy reports with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. That handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there, and then I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris.
This really is all my fault.
Helly,
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gori and apologize. I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still...
Ah! Well, how?
Let's have a quick look at this as well. Coroner, John H. Wilson. Clint Van Zeeks, age 33. British. Time of death, 31st May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. John H. Wilson.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's.
What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And, now you know. My dear fellows? No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does.
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Written by Iris.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
And I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could have truly called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are they his notes? Really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see? He lives on the other side of the world.
Huh?
But if this autopsy report and the records of your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon a method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba? I think this is an incredible plot twist, because they baited us with the name John Watson, John Wilson of course in the localization. They used our assumptions of our knowledge of Sherlock Holmes to just go along with the fact that Wilson was his partner this whole time without questioning it. And I think it's also very clever because when we saw Professor Mikotoba come to England, he's now dressed like this. What does his garb remind you of? His mustache, his hat, his suit. He is dressed like how Watson is portrayed in popular media. I think that's incredible.
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
And considering that Susato is a big fan of Sherlock Holmes, she was like fangirling at him when she found out she met him. Think about her reaction finding out her father was actually Dr. Wilson all along. No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikotoba, your father.
Oh, of course.
This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. This also explains why Susato found the Hound of the Baskervilles in her house, inside Mikotoba's box. And I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. And I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. And kind of reminiscing to the first Sherlock Holmes story with Watson, they met at a hospital as well, in A Study in Scarlet, so the fact that they're meeting in a hospital here is a reference to that. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years ago. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Shome's famous partner. Father? Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn you are the great detective's great partner. Come on, give him a Susato takedown. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I must really ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us that all the notes about the Great Detective's adventures are in that metal chest, were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasp the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris... Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot. Just before she... No, really. You've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when do you get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam? Is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. This music finally plays. So this track is called Partners, A Game is Afoot. And it was in the very first trailer released for this game. And everyone was wondering when they were playing it, when does this music play? It's such a good track. And you've heard I use it for my stream starting music for these streams as well. It's finally playing. Partners, A Game is Afoot. Obviously referring to Sholmes and Mikotoba and their partnership as, well, detective partners, I guess. It's a shame this track doesn't play more, though. It's a really good one, too. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. When I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I have no doubts that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely. Aw, Susato. That's funny considering that Mikotoba's been lying to us and giving us so many, like, half-truths this entire 2 games, and yet somehow I can't bring myself to distrust him now. Susato is sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe our own work is done for the day. Or your work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle and reaching a decision. Decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
So there's the end of this chapter behind me. I know, surprising, right? We end off with the investigation instead of a trial for once. So it's kind of like this game sets up the final or the finale, kind of like if you ever played Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. In that game, Case 4 and Case 5 combine together to form one mega case, and that's the case here. Episode 4, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow, leads into Episode 5, The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And we have a lot of unanswered questions. We have some solved mysteries a little bit, but there's still a lot left to solve. So all that comes in the reveal in this final episode. Now, when I played Dual Destinies, I was a little disappointed that Case 4 and Case 5 were combined, because, you know, most Ace Attorney games only have 5 cases, and that already feels really short. It doesn't feel like enough time to develop an entire plot, and sometimes it feels a little rushed at the end, or it comes out of nowhere. So in Dual Destinies, it felt like, well, I only had 5 cases, but if 4 and 5 were combined, it was almost like I only had 4 cases in the game. And, you know, I like seeing the different culprits, I like seeing the different breakdowns, and having 2 cases combined together meant that it felt like I was robbed of, like, a story or a case. Spirit of Justice actually does the opposite. It has 5 cases, but Case 5 is a big 2-parter that's almost like 2 separate trials. So it's almost like Spirit of Justice has 6 episodes in it, despite having 5 cases. So this game has 5 cases, or this sequel game, The Great Ace Attorney 2, has 5 cases, but 4 and 5 are combined. So it's almost like it has 4 cases. And yet, unlike with Dual Destinies, I did not feel robbed. And I don't really know why. I think it's because Episode 4 and Episode 5 have a lot of plot points that I think were evenly spread. And Episode 4 did have the reveal of Mr. Daily Vigil, which was kind of like a culprit reveal. Not really, but like his unmasking was a little bit of a breakdown. Plus, this game is a direct sequel, so it's almost like having Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2 combined together has 10 cases, maybe distilled to 9 cases instead. So I didn't feel robbed of a case in this case. But, I don't know, just a weird thing to note. So that means tomorrow, we're going to be starting the final trial. And, you know, I think the final trial, because it's split between Episode 4 and 5, it's not as long as the final trial of Great Ace Attorney 1. Remember, Great Ace Attorney 1 took us like 5 hours for the investigation and 8 hours for the trial. That's ridiculously long. Like a 13-hour final case. And of course, you know, the time is mostly because I'm reading everything out loud. But this final case is not as long because we've already covered a lot of the plot points. So it's wrapping things up. I'm still going to do it in a 2-parter, but I think in total, the next trial is an estimated 6 or 7 hours. So if I do 2 3-hour streams, I think I should be able to cover it all, plus watching the credits and doing final thoughts. And then I'm going to spend 2 days of stream just going over all the bonus content in the game, like the art gallery, the music, there's some special videos and some special skits that are available in the downloadable content that will take up a little chunk of time. So I want to leave those for their own day. So look forward to that as well. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific, we'll pick this up with The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Thank you so much for joining me on the stream. Really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it. I know things are getting exciting. There's still a lot of things we have left to answer, so stay tuned. So I'll see you in the next episode. Good night, guys, and take care. Bye-bye.